Um, and I will read. Okay. So it's nice to see new faces as well, who we didn't have a time or the chance to collaborate with previously. And it's so nice always to have people who responded to the call and put new input in this dialogue about Eastern European photography. I have to say thank you to Global Voices MoMA and the Václav Felczak Foundation, who are supporting academic exchange between Poland and Hungary. It's the Václav Felczak Foundation, and Global Voices was really kind to support the participants' travels. We are really thankful for both of their continuous support. I also have to thank our student interns in the back, the team, our manager, Timea Fabri, the technical support, who you can say, I don't know, who can help you during the day, Philip and Bondi tomorrow. And the event, as you can see, will be held in English, and it will be visible on our YouTube channel. Hopefully during the day it will start. And also you can buy or get your merchandise at the back. And I have to mention Deform Agency, graphic designers, and their very valuable contribution towards our playfully serious oxymoron here, visual identity of the symposium. Please visit the Working Context website, which is developing by the minute. Okay, I would like to, short announcement, okay? Save the date. We will have online open days coming up next week, February 5th, on Thursday, which you can register on the MoMA website, and upcoming event as part of our spring course week will be held on February 11th. It's going to be about AI, and the guest artist is David Fati, and his artist talk will start at 5 o'clock, February 11th. So please join us. Among other internationally acclaimed guests, we are proud to welcome the South African visual artist working with photography, Liebhoang Kiganya, I think I mispronounced her name, who will give a masterclass between March 28th and 30th. I hope that there is going to be also an event for the public. Yeah, it was a good idea to staple these together. Okay. And now towards, let's shift our attention towards the why we're here. The Working Context, or VIC for short, focuses on the work we do in its context. My colleagues joined forces to organize a one-time symposium still ailing from the isolation of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2029, when social distancing, another oxymoron, separated us physically, but simultaneously it opened easy access to experts in the online arena. The existential question needed to be asked in a moment when our societies faced the need for global cooperation against extinction. Maybe not extinction, but it's an overstatement here. So the topic was past, present, future. Photography as a form of art, photography as an educational tool, photography as a technology. This was on our virtual menu. In retrospect, it is curious how little time it took for our global society to depart quite far from this peak moment of benevolent collaboration to the pits of selfish malevolence demonstrated right now across the world. Then A second conference continued. We wanted to make a brand out of this. We dealt with landscape, and in the third, we dealt with responsibility. And let me quote just one sentence from the last symposium, from the curatorial statement. We invite everyone to seek comfort in an increasingly uncomfortable world where meanings are rearranged at will, where balances are always dynamic and values are in motion. I think it's quite relevant and even more relevant every day. So the fourth working context, the topic is peripheral priorities, a self-contradiction, an oxymoron, the kind of vocabulary we get so much of recently. You know, war for peace, fake truth, fake news, social distancing, virtual reality, vegan meat. We got used to the presence of such nonsense, the double talk, the lies becoming the norm, so that apart from brief moments of clarity, we do not even notice it anymore. My fellow curators warned me not to talk about the unpredictability of the future. And it is true, we are here today and tomorrow to anticipate the theme of the fifth working context. Will we be talking about photography in the era of artificial intelligence, and maybe we are going to talk about global political ruptures, or will we be allowed to talk about photography at all, which is, as I think, is the language of democracy. So I would like to introduce the four sections of peripheral priorities. The first one is Quarantine Freedom, hosted by myself. Insider Outsiders will be hosted by our colleague Anna Fabricius. And tomorrow morning we will start with Speculative Facts, chaired by Christina Erdei over there. And finally, right here, left now, will be hosted by Judith Keller. And followed by a post-lunch roundtable, where all participants are invited to share their impressions of the 2 days. So that's going to be tomorrow after lunch. Today, before lunch, we are going to do a group portrait here, so don't run to eat, okay? So let's start the first section, Quarantine Freedom. I will very briefly introduce myself. I'm Gábor Arion Kudász. I'm the head of the Center for Photography, and I studied here and I worked here all my life, maybe. I think it's, that tells quite a lot. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the Quarantine Freedom. We are speaking and creating freely, but we are confined to operating with our respective bubbles. The illusion of worldwide reach can be manifold, from accessibility to networks, through filtering out tremendous noise on social platforms and the inability to identify possible audiences and communities, until the shared language of the region, which does not necessarily overlap with the limited interests of the world, of the wider world, let's say. Hopefully, we get some answers and positive examples in the upcoming presentations, so I hope. Yes. Okay, so, and now I will move on to introduce our first presenter. Mark Proust will begin his lecture titled Production versus Circulation. Mark currently completes his PhD research at the University of Groningen, and he arrived from the Netherlands. But he has been, I can say, a long-time collaborator of our program. He's a valuable member of our teaching team here at MoMA, at the Department of Photography. He's a curator and a photography consultant specializing in visual economy and photographic markets. And recently, he was interim director of Photomuseum Hilversum. Mark's lecture will delve into the paradoxes within contemporary photography. Images are more powerful and pervasive than ever, and professional photographers face increasing economic precarity. And I think it's time for me not to hold your lecture, but to give you the floor. So please enjoy. Mark, take the stage.
Thank you, Arion. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and dear friends. I'm very honored to be speaking at this conference. I was also present at the first conference online during COVID, but I'm very happy to be here today. And I thank the organizer for making this happen and allowing me to be here today. I would like to share with you some thoughts and ideas that I based on existing theoretical works by others and some case studies in which I explored to what extent we can apply these theories. I'm a teacher indeed here at MOME at the master program, and I'm doing a PhD research at the University of Groningen. My research focuses on the visual economy of the photographic industry. I'm interested how the photographic industry functions and which roles we can distinguish within the industry and how these roles relate to each other. The reason for this interest is a paradox that I see. A paradox where there is a huge interest in photography, we see it everywhere, social media are booming, and in popular culture we hear people mentioning that we live in a visual culture and that visual storytelling is mainstream. On the other hand, photographers are said to be struggling. Rates are going down and the industry is going through hard times. High time, therefore, to look into how the industry is actually functioning and to gather data that show what is actually happening. The term visual economy was coined by Deborah Poole and developed by, among others, David Campbell. In short, the theory looks at how photographs accrue value. Value in this sense can be both economic value or monetary worth or social value, in a more popular term, impact. According to Poole, photographs accrue value, accrue these different types of value in 3 different stages, which I will shortly address. Firstly, we have the stage of production. Clearly, a photograph needs to be produced first. This stage of production involves all aspects associated with the creation of photographs. Cameras, film, developing, printing images, but also those creating the pictures, photographers. And as we will see, practitioners are indeed an important part and a very large group of people within the industry. The second stage is that of circulation, the stage at which a photograph is distributed and seen by an audience. In traditional economic circulation, this was the moment a photograph would accrue monetary value. Practitioners were paid for those images that were published and not only those pictures alone. The stage of circulation is therefore crucial. Photography is a medium of chronic overproduction. Most photographers produce far more images than will be circulated or seen by anyone else. This transition between production and circulation is an interesting step, and I think it merits a lot of attention. Before we move to that transition between production and circulation, however, I'd like to have some more words on circulation. If photographers are to be associated with the production stage, we can associate editors, curators, online influencers, but also algorithms with circulation. Platforms such as galleries, museums, magazines, billboards, newspapers, online platforms, social media, messaging apps are all part of this level of circulation. The third level of the visual economy by Deborah Poole is that of appraisal. This is where photographs are being discussed, awarded or reviewed, and thus increase or decrease in value. If a photograph receives an award, a positive critique in a publication, such a photograph may be circulated more often, and it accrues more value, or even impact. And we can see this process often when we talk about so-called photographic icons, like the terror of war, the migrant mother, tank man, or blue marble of the picture of Earth. As a side note, we may consider that in today's visual economy, an extra level has emerged where photographs accrue value. I already mentioned algorithms that play a role in the circulations of photographs. The visual economy, however, is not limited to human action, but I think we can extend it to machine vision and machine action. Images are being made, stored, and analyzed without direct human intervention. Surveillance uses face recognition, allowing state and other actors a level of control never seen before. I would argue that availability of photographic visuals in online searchable archives constitutes another level within the visual economy. This is not the topic I'm exploring today, so I'm going to leave it at that. To better understand the functioning of the photographic industry overall, I'm focusing on the situation in my home country, the Netherlands. I am aiming within my PhD research to describe the functioning of the Dutch photographic industry, not by looking at practitioners, individuals, or specific institutions, but by analyzing the industry from the visual economy perspective. I mentioned a paradox earlier, so if people claim that photographers are struggling, we need the data to prove that this is indeed the case. However, to my surprise, no data were readily available about the Dutch situation. It turned out that one of the reasons behind this lack of data is that photography is not considered an independent discipline by the Dutch government. Unlike performing arts, film, or design, photography is considered to be merely part of visual arts, and government funding for practitioners and institutions is therefore only available through the Mondrian Fund, the state fund for visual arts. Another consequence is that no structural monitoring is in place with regards to the photographic industry. There was no awareness regarding the size of the industry or even that it could be considered as such. For example, the organization assigned by the government to gather and publish key data in the cultural sector, the Boekman Foundation, did not look into photography at all and published no photography-related data in their annual publication, the Cultural Monitor. With financial support from various partners, I took it onto myself to gather relevant data that could be used to describe the sector according to the standards set by the Boekman Foundation. These indicators, as they are called, need to be verifiable, independent, and indicative of trends. I gathered data about the year 2023 and published a report last year, February. The key data come from the Central Statistics Bureau, or CBS. Some of these data. In total, we have 42,000 in the Netherlands registered photographers. 25,000 of them have photography as their main activity. 15,000 work full-time in photography, 1,500 of which have an employment or employed. That means that the overall majority is freelance. The average annual income deriving from photography is 9,700 euro. I have to mention that median annual income in the Netherlands is 39,500 euros. Less than a fourth is what they derive from photography. The gender balance is more or less 50-50. Looking at the educational figures, however, in the Netherlands we have a little under 1,000 students taking a vocational education in photography, and the gender balance there is 70% female and 30% male. Until this year, the CBS also gathered data about photographic development, analog photographic development, the number of stores in developing centers, a small and declining number, hardly relevant economically speaking. Before digital photography, taking photographs was in itself an economic activity. Every roll of film had to be developed, printed, couriered, delivered, etc. This is no longer the case. Taking pictures is no longer, as such, an economic activity. Data show that photographers are mostly freelance, 90%. Average annual income from photography is not sufficient to make a decent living. We can perhaps indeed conclude that photographers are not thriving economically. The other side of the paradox is the public interest in the medium. So I also looked into the data related to the showcasing of photography, with a focus on the cultural sector. Most data had to be collected manually from annual reports. Neither government institutions nor the sector itself has collated data on its functioning. In 2023, the Netherlands had 6 photo museums, 30 museums with a photographic collection, 34 museums with a photographic collection or a photographic exhibition, 8 photo festivals, 52 commercial galleries carrying photography, and 8 non-commercial galleries or cultural platforms for photography. Combined in 2023, they showed 250 photography exhibitions with 600,000 visits. And the National Library accepted 185 photo books into their collection, and I counted 14 publishers for photo books. To go deeper into the popular cultural aspects of photography, I also looked into a TV show that runs in the Netherlands on photography, The Perfect Picture, Het Perfect Plaatje. During the past 6 months, I had the opportunity to work as an interim director at a museum of photography, Museum Hilversum, a town of a little under 100,000 inhabitants in the center of the country. The city houses the national TV and radio studios and broadcast companies, and as such, it presents itself as the media city. Commercial broadcaster, RTL, and production house, ITV, air this entertainment program on photography, Het Perfecte Plaatje. Celebrities are invited to learn photography during a weekly air TV show in which they produce 2 and towards the end 3 shoots. These shoots are assignments created by the producer and are judged by 2 regular jury members, both professional photographers, and 1 guest member, also a professional practitioner. After 10 shows during an eliminations race, a semi-final and a final show, 1 winner remains. The winner is offered an exhibition at the museum in Hilversum. The TV show has been running for 10 years, with since the past 4 years 2 editions a year, a regular show and a travel edition for which the participants travel for 2 weeks to a destination abroad. The winners of both editions are offered this exhibition. The museum has been hosting these exhibitions for 4 years, and the TV show's ratings offer an insight into its popularity. On average, it reaches some 1.5 million viewers, a market share of between 15 and 25%. This is on prime time on Thursday evening, making this we can call a popular and successful TV show. At the museum, the exhibition is one of its blockbuster shows. It's the exhibition that attracts most visitors during the year, and this has been consistent since the start. The museum this year, I know, is aiming for 10,000 visitors for the exhibition in the period between 20 December last year and 9 February next week. And that's about 25% of the total of the annual visitors. In the Netherlands, there is a system that where a member of the museum association admit visitors that have a museum membership card free access. The membership costs the audience annually 75 euros, and museums receive a reduced fee via the museum association. The exhibition on The Perfect Picture attracts most visitors on regular tickets, visitors that are not likely to visit museums very regularly. And that's interesting in this case and needs further research. But the TV show focuses exclusively on producing photographs. The judges award grades between 1 and 10 to the photographs, and the criteria that they use are highly personal and mostly based on technical considerations. The assignments are there to teach elements such as technique, composition, choice of subject, scenery, and improvisation. Also, these photographs receive, beyond the TV broadcast and the exposure in the museum, practically no attention in other media. The pictures are created for visual merit only and reach an audience of millions via TV and thousands via the museum exhibition. In producing the exhibition, the curator of the museum is assigned to select and design the exhibition. The focus should be on the show's winner and to include images of all the other participants. The selection and design are under scrutiny of the TV show producers. The participants practically have no say, except when portrait rights are concerned. They take that very seriously. More standard concerns, such as color toning, cropping of images, printing techniques, framing, are of no concerns to the producers. This is the exclusive domain of the museum and its team. The popularity of the show and the exhibition show that indeed photography is a medium that attracts popular interest. The paradox I mentioned earlier is real. What we can learn from these insights and the statement, and what can we learn from these insights and the statement that this paradox is real? This is where I would like to turn to the theory of the visual economy and how photographs accrue value. The focus on the production side of photography is overwhelming. The only data available are based on production. The situation is indeed quite dire for photographers, and it deserves attention. The case of The Perfect Picture is also interesting. Taking the perspective of the visual economy, I would suggest not to consider the success of this show by the quality or interest of the images. The success of this show is that it takes the platform as a starting point. Without interest into the traditional conventions of photography, it reaches a huge audience via TV, which is transferred to a successful museum exhibition. Although 1.5 million regular viewers to 10,000 visitors is still quite a drop in numbers. If I were to address the paradox I mentioned earlier, indeed photography is very popular. And this TV show is able to tap into that popularity, perhaps not so much by focusing on a basic format of photography, how to create good pictures, but by exploiting the possibilities of the platform. Without the restrictions of common photographic practice, such as authorship or the primacy of autonomy, the photographs receive wide circulation within its own media space of the TV show. Where it steps out of this and into the cultural space of the Photographic Fine Art Museum, we see that it reaches an audience not commonly attracted by a photography museum. Concluding, my research to date suggests that taking from a visual economy point of view, there is a strong focus on the level of production, and understandably, this is where photographers are active, and it seems that their economic position is not great. However, a better understanding of the circulation level of photography and the role of platforms can help us better understand the functioning of the industry. I would suggest that my insights into the Dutch situation can function as a model for understanding the industry in Central Europe and beyond. Thank you for your attention.
Mark, please stay there for a bit. So,
it's the first, so I have to
yes,
get used to this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Questions. It's time for questions.
Questions, yes.
Who wants to be the first? Right, there are already two.
Hi, thanks for the lecture. I was just wondering on the data that you showed from the Netherlands, like how was the data collected, and also the median that you presented as income, was it by full-time photographers or by everyone who stated that they work as a photographer?
The data is collected by the Central Bureau of Statistics. I don't have the exact insight on how they collect this data, but it's mostly done via the Chamber of Commerce and other official, so it's the official government data. The 9,700 is the number for photographers that have photography as their main activity, so for the 25,000, not the 42,000.
So how do people live? Because I mean, that doesn't even pay the rent in the Netherlands. And if you work as it full time, then
yeah, I don't know. I didn't ask. But this is the income from photography, and that means that they will probably have other activities besides their photography, even though technically their main activity is photography. Whether these additional activities are working as a builder, as a teacher, or doing Photoshop, I have no idea, and this data is not available, so I cannot answer that question. Looking around me and hearing people, it's extremely varied. It really goes from helping at building sites to being a teacher.
Okay, then I got it.
Does that answer your question?
And I have another question on this TV show. Wouldn't you also say that part of what draws people to it is that because they use celebrities in the show?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. But it's hard to quantify their celebrity aspect in this research.
I thank you for your insight. I was just wondering how this applies to Central Europe and how, especially in Hungary, we could compare this situation in Hungary to the Dutch situation you just described. Like, what kind of parallels or differences you see between the Hungarian state of photography and the state of photography in Holland, in the Netherlands?
Well, I don't think you have the TV show, the perfect picture here in Hungary, right. But I think, and so that's a very specific case that I had the opportunity to look into because I was also the interim director of this museum. I think what is key is that we need data. Now, there's a lot of statements being made, oh, we're doing so bad, and oh, it's such, but what is the data? Do we actually have this insight, and what conclusions can we draw from those data? I see a lack of gathering or a lack of attention on the industry as such, and a huge attention on individual photographers, their projects, how they develop the project. Not to say that that's not interesting or relevant, but I think there is another level that we need to look into, much more on an industry level, and get this overview of number of photographers, their income, number of institutions, and not for 1 year, because I think that's what I did so far is for 1 year. We need those kind of data for a period of 10, 20 years. What the exact situation in Hungary is, I don't know, because I've not been able to get access to that kind of data, but I haven't searched. My Hungarian is unfortunately non-existent, so I'm not able to do that research myself, but I'm not aware of any existing researchers on that level. So I think that's the link between the two situations.
Thank you.
We have celebrities who do photography.
Put them in a TV show.
Yeah. Other questions?
Can you maybe tell more about who are the participants in this TV show, and who are in the jury? So what kind of photographers, more like applied photography or
the jury, there's two, to be honest, of the participants, they are your run-of-the-mill celebrities from TV land. I hardly watch TV myself, so I don't actually know them very well. But they're actors in TV series or hosts of talk shows and those kind of people. They're not like they're known Dutch, I don't know, celebrities, TV celebrities. The jury members, there's two photographers. There's one who's a photojournalist, Cynthia Bol, who also has been awarded Wolpers Photo and the Dutch equivalent to Zilveren Camera, so she's quite a well-known photojournalist. And the other one is William Rutte, who's a celebrity photography, photographed a lot in the 80s and the 90s in pop music and rock music. And the additional jury members depend on the assignment that they get. So it's either a commercial photographer, a portrait photographer. They're kind of relatively well-known photographers from the industry. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have more questions? I have a few. I have one actually, which is maybe comes from this position that we are at the university. So how should we change? In the past few days, we saw, well, not necessarily a photograph, but a short video by a lady in pink. That's the creator. And we can say that it's a very strong social commentary, maybe, or journalism. And oftentimes, when I imagine this TV show that you talked about, probably the photography is the least important part of the whole business.
Indeed.
So I think there's a interesting dissonance between the content and the person who creates the content. And my question would be, did you think about this? Like, how can education or preparation for the circulation change in order to enable creators to create things that connect these two tracks? Okay.
That's a very big question, obviously, but I think that you're absolutely right, and I think the previous question refers to that as well. A big part of the attraction of this TV show is because it's celebrities. It has very little to do with photography. On the other hand, it is the blockbuster show at the exhibition in the museum, which includes only the photographs and not their makers. So there is an attraction somehow in the visuals. I think the lesson to be learned is that it's in the platform, and I think we need to, in education, it's my impression, but it's an impression, that there's a lot of focus on how do we create photographs, and less on what are the criteria by which platforms select these photographs. Do we create photographs that we want to create ourselves, or do we create photographs that are interested and relevant and urgent to the platform that will circulate those photographs? I think that's a perspective that might need more attention in education in general. Is that an answer to your question?
I think it's a very complicated question. I know,
indeed,
I
and I
know
only
there's no easy answer, but yeah. And do you see recipes for careers to be? I mean, most students, most young people, when they think about photography, they want to be famous artists. So do you see how the current trends are shaping how you can?
Well, I think it's also a matter of definition. What do we consider art, and what do we consider photographic art? It's data that I haven't shared today, but if you look at, let's say, the global visual arts market and the amount of photography within that, and there's different ways of looking at it, but if you look at, for example, the second sales, sales on auctions, because they are public, we can collate those data. The percentage of photography in the visual art market varies annually between 1% and 2%. Photography is highly irrelevant within the global art market based on those figures. So if we want to be artists as photographers, the market is extremely small. If I look at the Netherlands, of those 42,000 photographers, people actually deriving a serious income from the art market, and there's different, I can share the details on how I collect those data, but we talk about 10 photographers. So it's an extremely, extremely small market. So if we are looking at circulation and the potential of circulation and the potential of making an income from circulation within the art market, the potential is extremely small, or the possibilities are very limited. Therefore, what are we teaching our students when we say that they can be successful photographic artists? I think the photographic market is much wider than that. I don't have the exact data, but out of those 42,000 photographers, if 10 are making their money from the art market, I would say all the others are making their money from wedding photography. Not all of them, of course. But we have to be also realistic at the size and the potential of the photographic market, and that market is we can only understand it through the perspective of circulation. So that doesn't mean that that I don't have an opinion on what good art is or what isn't, or when a photograph can be called art. That's not up to me. But just looking at the data, I would suggest that the photographic art market is practically non-existent. And please show me the data that prove me otherwise. Yeah, we have Peripheral, but seriously, it's 1% of the global art market. The most expensive photograph ever sold was what, $10 million or something? I think the most expensive vase ever sold was $50 million. I mean, there's just no comparison. So does that answer your question? I don't want to compare vases to photography, by the way. It's just an example.
Yes. So, do we have more questions? Last chance? It's an auction of questions. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arjen. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for something completely different. Our next guest is Dorota Lucak, who arrives from Poland. She's an assistant professor at the Department of Art History at Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan. I hope I said everything right. And she is also editor of Atrium Questions. And her research interests include the history of photography and modern art, the theory of photography, and the historical methodology of art and photography. She is author of the monograph Photo Eye, Photographic Vision in the context of oculocentrism in the art in the first half of the 20th century. Sorry, I butchered everything. Yes, Her lecture is titled "The Spectre of Modernism Haunts the Lost Territories, the Photographic Archive of Sputnik Photos." Sputnik Photos is an artist collective, as far as I know. Photographers from Central and Eastern Europe, mainly from Poland, are the contributors, and Dorota will introduce various projects based on the Archive of Lost Territories as a form of critical examination of post-communist societies, which, following the 1989 and 91 regime change, did not gain agency and remained puppets of the historical and modernization process. So, Dorota, please.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Aaron, for introducing me. I'm really honored to be here for the first time. Yeah. Thank you. That's better. Yeah, great. Thank you. Okay, so let me start. When we think about the symbolic moment of the fall of communism in Europe, usually we imagine people crossing the fallen Berlin Wall. Our vision of this historical event is based on both photographic and television reports. It can't be reduced to a single image, but for sure it is a projection that deeply permeates the collective conscious, especially in the western part of the world. This collective projection assumes that there was an outbreak of euphoria among the citizens of the German Democratic Republic over regaining their freedom and agency. However, as Boris Bodon pointed out, that projection was not the gaze of the active participants of events of the time, but of the external observers. In the light of the above comment, I will discuss an alternative vision of post-communist countries presented by Sputnik Photos, a collective of photographers from Central and Eastern Europe established in 2006. Between 2008 and 2016, Sputnik Photos worked in the former republics of the USSR. The photographs they took at the time became the core for developing the Lost Territories Archive, a database including a few thousand images that served as the starting point for exhibitions and photo books. They connect different projects, photographs. Sometimes they do not attribute authorship. The projects drawing from this extensive material are close in their concept to the idea of an atlas, understood in the meaning proposed by Georges Didier Iberman, and thus as a visual form of knowledge in which the continuity of narration is replaced by inter-image relations and associations that come forth as a result. Transformation. Sputnik Photos Collective is concentrated on a long duration of transformation, called the post-communist era, a transitional phase in which the socialist society would be subjected to the transformation into a democratic capitalist society. At this point, however, there occurs a painful fracture, which the photographers from Sputnik Photos take a closer look at. Under the surface of going into raptures with Western consumerism and sexy freedom, loom the melancholy and disenchantment of Homo Sovieticus, who has lost the illusion of collective solidarity and sunk into bitter loneliness. My thesis. Sputnik Photo has been trying to go beneath the surface of the media imagination and dominant political narrative, often reduced to the fact that the fall of communism meant liberation from the terror of totalitarian regimes, along with opening to the processes of democratization. In the Lost Territories archive, I find a strong correspondence with Susan Borg-Moore's thesis that the great utopias of modernization determine a common ground for the West and the East. In the case of both geopolitical formations, socialist and capitalist, dreams of social happiness were driven by a belief in modernizing power of industry. And of course, the criminal nature of the Soviet rule leaves no doubt. The members of Sputnik Photos show not only the utopia of modernization implemented by the USSR, but also the utopia of liberation from oppression that the end of the Cold War and the salutary wind from the West were supposed to bring. In the project Stand By, conducted in 2011-2012, and thus over 2 decades after the political breakthrough, the team from Sputnik Photos puts Belarusian society under scrutiny. The photo essay, published in the form of book, opens with a photograph by Andrei Lyankiewicz, Goodbye, Motherland. The photograph of a woman, blurred and possible to understand based solely on outlines, becomes a visual question about the source of identity and, at the same time, an attempt to deny and forget it. It is the experience of the World War II and the geopolitical system of the world that resulted from it, followed by the specific fractures in national identities. In the subsequent blurred photographs of men and women soldiers, their identity, national identity, remains unclear. Who are they? By birth, by conviction? Who are their children? Do these photographs constitute a mere collection of history, or a reminiscence that still shapes the lives and awareness of young Belarusians? In this project, reminiscences of World War II re-emerge many times. Sometimes directly, like in the photographs by Agnieszka Rice, who tells the story of veterans, nurses, and young women, that affected both the condition of her protagonists and generations to come. The reflection inscribed in the title of the series, I Recall and I Cry for Life, is still valid today. For instance, when Adam Pańczuk photographs young Belarusian men and women who claim that their souls are rooted in the Soviet spirit, which manifests itself in the views of post-socialist reality against which the young and sexy are posing. In one of the photographs, the Calvin Klein logo visible on the boxer shorts peeping out of the trousers of the posing boy stings the eye like the Barrett's punctum. The eye-catching detail and simultaneously the key to reading ravishing consumption from the capitalist phantasmagoria. The post-communist version of the sexy youth is balanced by Instax photographs by Rafał Milach, depicting contemporary shock workers. Among them are a police officer, a nurse, a student, and a border guard, but also, in defiance of the Soviet tradition, a gay couple whose image subversively blows up the set from the inside. Stand By also includes a torn vision of the dream world. In Homeland, Manka Juvan shows the Belarusian diaspora living in New York through both portraits of people and photographs of places they consider important, and as well as objects that remain carriers of their national identity. Here, New York appears as a refuge from over a century-long oppression, but also from the economic crisis. As is mentioned by Uladzimir Tsialitis, one of the protagonists of the series, who has been living with his family in the United States since 1996, quotation, "Unfortunately, today, New York is more Belarusian than my homeland." End of quotation. So, disappointment should be considered one of the main symptoms of the post-communist condition. Dream of Arcadia. The place where the dreamland, the post-communist Arcadia, is located appears to be fluid. In 2004, shortly after Poland's accession to the European Union, Polish people decided to contribute to the mass economic migration to, among others, Great Britain. The internal economic migration intensified also in the territories of the former USSR and the countries that remained under its influence. The first project by the collective at the border presented the countries newly admitted to European Union, such as Poland, Slovakia, and Slovenia, as the mark of illegal work for the citizens of the former USSR, as well as people from Southeast Asia and Africa. The photographs in the book At the Border show the life of economic migrants and in a broader context, the economic failure of the political change in 1891. If winning freedom from socialist restrictions and poverty was supposed to be liberating, in practice, it turned out to be an opening to aggressive mechanisms, ruthless strategies, and leaving the weaker individuals behind, as they were abandoned by both a state and society. The socialist terror was replaced not so much but by an El Dorado, as by an economic regime. Dream world of modernity. In various constellations taking the form of books and exhibitions prepared by Sputnik Photos, we can see what Susan Borg-Morse refers to as dream worlds of modernity: political, cultural, and economic, the expression of social systems and arrangements that would transcend the so far existing forms. Those dreams, used instrumentally by structures of power, turn against the very masses who were supposed to benefit the process of social transformation. In this way, the dream changes into a nightmare, and the desire for industrial abundance turns into exploitation of human labor and environmental disaster. Borg-Morse points out that the desire of modernization constitutes a bridge between usually binary perceived the East and the West from the Cold War era, and the transformation in 89-91 brings it to an end. Of course, this is not to compare the methods applied by the socialist terror on the one hand and by democracy on the other, but to point out a similar desire that can be found in the pursuit of modernization of the expense of human life and the environment. In both political systems, Soviet communism and American democracy, nature was ruthlessly subordinated to industrialization. Utopias and de facto terror of modernization present on both sides of the Iron Curtain are written about by the authors invited by Sputnik Photos to contribute to the project of the book Lost Territories World Book. Traces of exploitation and destruction of the natural environment as a result of modernization's policies can be found in the Lost Territories archive in various contexts and series, and they always connect to inextricable weave of an ecological catastrophe with human drama. In the project entitled The Last Conversation with Academician Sakharov, Agnieszka Rice visits the place that used to be the Soviet nuclear test site in northern Kazakhstan, where the detonations were carried out until 1989. The photographs from this very test site and archival images of explosions are juxtaposed with documentation from the medical archives. Rice retrieves a photograph of the patient whose body has been damaged by radiation. But she also reaches deeper under the skin and beyond the visible at all, presenting medical preparations or an abstract pictorial register of inhabitants affected by radiation. The consequences of the contamination of specific regions are also addressed in other projects. Uranium by Jan Brykczyński. Oh, sorry. Sorry, oh, it's here. And The New City by Michał Łuczak. Both authors explore the theme of the uranium mining infrastructure. In Brekczyński's work, it resurfaces in the wide landscape like an open wound that still emits radioactive radiation. Łuczak, on the other hand, photographing the city of Yangiabad, it's in Uzbekistan, built by Soviets in the 50s for mine workers and their families, and depicts how human life was enshrined in it. In the publication Lost Territories World Book, Andrzej Poczobut, a Polish journalist and Belarusian oppositionist, today a prisoner of Lukashenko, writes about Chernobyl, the site of one of the largest nuclear disasters, which resulted in the contamination of more than 150,000 square kilometers in Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia. Sputnik photos shows traces of the past and poses questions about still radioactive social effects of undertakings carried out in the territories of the Eastern Bloc, also in other projects. The Brook Fruit Garden exposes manifestation of Soviet ideology that through its obsessive experimentation and exploitation leads lands, animals, plants and humans to the ultimate catastrophe. Oppressive modernization penetrates as deep as the central nervous system of a human, which appears in the photographs of moulage and models from the Baku Anatomy Museum taken by Agnieszka Rice. But it is also surprisingly long-lasting, despite the political changes. Conclusion. The specter of brutal modernization and its disastrous consequences, the distorted and savagely instrumentalized message of the Manifesto of Communist Party by Marx and Engels, which was published in 1848 and started with the words, quotation, "A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism," the end of quotation. It continues to haunt the lost territories. It is worth considering, however, whose loss exactly we are talking about. The most obvious answer is the loss of territories by Soviet Empire, which, as a matter of fact, still reminds us of its heritage through Russia's politics and military invasions of the former republics of the USSR. And yet, it seems that the loss here is also of a melancholic nature. It refers to the cost that both nature and society had to pay. In a bitter diagnosis of the post-communist era, Boris Buden indicates that the children of communism wake up in the world confusingly similar to the communist past, in which they remain, quotation, puppets in a historical process that is oblivious to their will. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes. So, thank you for the presentation. I was thinking before the presentation, during and right now, that in Hungary we often feel or see this, that this small country is only interesting because of its socialist past. Mm-hmm. Do you have the same feeling in Poland? and also, how does the interest or the focus of Sputnik photos contribute to this image of Eastern Europe, looking at it from the West? So maybe I will give a follow-up question.
Yeah.
So could we? Is there a change? Are there new topics? Are there new things that could change this this monomania when we look at Eastern Europe or the Lost Territories? Are there new stories on the Lost Territories?
Okay, thank you so much for your questions. They are a difficult one.
I'm so sorry.
I think nowadays Poland is in a very special moment. I feel very much a difference, the geopolitical situation and the role of Poland in this situation is changing. And I just had a discussion yesterday with my friend that Poland now is really very much a part of Central Europe. Like, we know this notion and we use it and so on, but now this somehow cutting off from East Europe is very visible and on many levels, I think. But for sure, it's not easy to cut off from this image of East Europe. And I think, like you introduced me, I'm an art historian. So, for example, when we work on changing Western canon of art and so on, and it happened. Like, we see that the history of art from our part of Europe is very visible and is interesting subject for art historians, I don't know, in United States and so on, but still it is because we are like East and we are from, so when you talked about Hungary and this impression that you are always a subject of interest because of the past, I think that we still it's still our experience in this part of Europe. If we can change, like I said, because of geopolitical situation, I feel that somehow the role of Poland is changing right now. But if I think about, for example, Sputnik Photos projects today, because I was concentrated on projects from not the last projects. For example, they still work a lot with the case of nature, catastrophe, environmental, and so on. But, for example, Agnieszka Rice works with the subject of war in Ukraine and so on. So it's somehow.
Thank you.
I don't know. I feel I didn't answer your question, but maybe we can continue later.
I think it's more food
like,
for thought
yeah.
for the roundtable, probably, or maybe.
Yeah.
We have questions there. Great.
Okay, yes, we have a mic here. So I just have a short comment that from my point of view, the interesting thing is that why is this process so slow? So who are the people or who are the institutions who has the interest to slow down this process? And we photographers, we would like to see ourselves from another point of view, or are we okay to be part of this distinction in between Western and Eastern countries? So that's it. Thank you.
I understand it's just a comment. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so my question is if this Sputnik photos is well known in Poland, and if this is a part of a movement, and if so, then how big is this movement, and what is the impact?
Okay, thank you so much for this question. Yes, they are very well known, like they're on top of the top in Poland, and They are well known not only by people who are interested in photography, art, and so on, because, for example, Rafał Milach, he published his photographs on newspapers and so on. Also, this Lost Territories archive is online, so you can download some photos and use, like, you know, the whole idea of Lost Territories archive is that people can use those photos in articles, presentations, and so on, and it is a part of building an archive which is alternative to the mainstream. So, yeah.
So is this a movement? And Sputnik photos is like top of the movement?
I wouldn't say a movement, because it's like, I don't like maybe this category, but like there is a group of photographers, and it is also important, I think, because they teach a lot. They have their own Sputnik Photos program for photographers. So each year they work with some young or maybe not young photographers. So somehow it is like, you know, wider and wider, like this kind of critical thinking. Yeah.
Thank you.
We have time for one more question. Okay.
Sorry, it's a very outsider question, and but I'm just so curious to learn about, like, you know, for those younger generations, basically post 1989 photography practitioners, do we need this context of this communist time or the practice of Sputnik photography to consider their work?
Yes, I believe that we need this context. Like, okay, we can cut off the context, and then we can talk about photographs which represent nature, landscapes, and so on. But I'm like, in my research, I'm really very far from cutting out a context. I think that this political, historical, and social context is really crucial to understand their work, and also to understand how affective their works are, and yeah, their meaning. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Now we see why quarantine freedom is the title of this section, and we move on to the last presentation in this section, and I hope our presenters, Ekaterina and Polina, are here. Yes. So the last presentation of this first session before the break will be given by a collective of 2 photography MA students of MOME. Ekaterina and Polina are both visual artists from Russia whose practices revolve around memory, loss, and death. They met during their studies at MOME and decided to launch an open call for other artists working with these themes to create a virtual pavilion showcasing their works. Am I correct? Yes, so please come on. Their presentation, titled Walking Through Memory, an exhibition you can play. It presents 25 artists' work inside a silent, fog-covered game world reminiscent of a generic post-Soviet atmosphere. The project explores how loss, displacement, and personal archives can be curated through spatial navigation rather than linear viewing. And I don't want to intrude or interfere with your presentation. Maybe you need 2 microphones, right?
That would be more convenient, thank you. So I guess we start.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in symposium and to present our ideas regarding our topic, and we hope to entertain you. So my name is Polina, and today, together with my co-curator, Ekaterina, we would like to present our project. It's called Walking Through Memory, an exhibition you can play. We have been living in Hungary for 3 years as immigrants, and during this time we became increasingly interested in game-based virtual environments as stable, safe spaces for presenting, experiencing, and discussing memory. And in spring 2025, we decided to participate in the Rome Biennale. It's a fully online, decentralized digital platform, and in July we held an open call and we received 130 applications, from which we selected 25 artists who are presented on this slide. And in August, we began designing and developing our own pavilion, built entirely from the scratch, using the Godot game engine.
So in this slide, you can see our workflow from idea conception to project release. We started with an open call in the end of July, followed by video calls with the selected artist in early August. On August 6th, we produced our first design document, and 1 week later, we moved into development, launching our first test in GitHub repository. From mid-August to mid-September, we focused on assets, modeling, and environment building. Next phase was dedicated to level integration and testing, ensuring stability. In the second half of October, we shifted our focus to communication and social media. And on November 1st, we officially released the project and opened it online. So, the main environment is a foggy forest, which symbolizes fading and fragmented memories.
Sublevel, it's a residential building with 2 rooms and a hall that can be explored. And the building is filled with artworks presented in different formats, ranging from video, photography, and audio to objects and performances. We held several online meetings with the artists to discuss how their work could be integrated and modeled for the pavilion, and we would like to show you a few examples. The first example is a work of Gulshat Gubaydulina, titled Reverberation, and the work is a media map of her family's migration across different historical periods. Initially, the artist wanted to present the work as a photo book, but during the process, however, we realized that an essential part of the research consisted of letters, photographers, audio materials, and lists of names. And on a further slide, the artist will explain her artwork.
I'm going to tell you about my long-term project in Garage, which I've been working on since 2023, and part of my research presented in Memory Pavilion. Translated from Tatar, reverberation. I'm speaking a bit slowly, so I needed to speed up. The Garage project is an artistic research interconnected with my family's past and with Tatar culture. For a long time, I knew very little about my own family history, and I treated what I didn't know carelessly. I didn't really understand what it means to say I'm Tatar, or why I had stopped speaking the Tatar language. My research unfolds from working with archives, visual materials, conversations with relatives, and visits to sites of memory. Throughout this process, I'm trying to define my identity and my connection to events I was never a witness to, but they continue to shape who I am now.
As you see, for Gulshat, the native Tatar language is inseparable from her family history, and these elements ultimately became central to the work presented in the pavilion. Here in the video, you can see the letters, which was integrated into pavilions, and it could be listened in 3 languages, and the photo book can be fully explored. And the visitors can also view photographs and lists of names.
The next example is an artist whose name is Burak Katsi. The work was originally submitted as costume design performance, and here are some words to the artist.
My project, The Expansion, explores how grief stretches the limits of the body. I think of grief as a kind of sculpture that reshapes the body, turning it into a relic rather than something to be celebrated. Its boundaries expand and blur, becoming unstable and constantly shifting. Memory lingers in the body in restless ways, often contradicting its original function. Through performative photography, costume design, and stage environments, I deconstruct and rebuild memory. Fact and fiction begin to merge. Disguise becomes expressive, and form starts to contradict its function. The work becomes a shared act of expression and resistance, reflecting on identity, loss, and malleability of human experience.
Together with artist, we decided that his character would appear as a ghost within the cemetery, which became another sub-level of the game. The character is constantly chased, yet repeatedly reappears in new places, much like a grief, an experience that persists and returns for everyone wherever you can go.
The third example is The Three of Us by Sveta Kaverina, submitted as mockumentary photography project. It's based on a real but often overlooked aspect of Soviet history, the belief that death could be defeated.
The mockumentary tells a story about a secret Soviet experiment, which was aimed to defeat death and to resurrect Lenin, but instead, three clones were created. They were girls that would nothing like Lenin, couldn't be used for propaganda, and therefore they were kept a secret. And with the collapse of the USSR, they were left in a world they were never meant to inhabit. This is a project about me. I was born in the USSR, and then I was shaped by its collapse, and I was redefined by different migrations. And the story is about my fractured identity, the dislocation, and the impossibility of belonging. And also, it is a story about the afterlife of ideologies which continue to deform individual lives and the world at large.
So the communist idea of victory over death positions Lenin as a symbol of a liminal state, someone who is neither fully buried, not truly alive. And for this reason, we decided to construct a mausoleum as an exhibition space, and it's become another sub-level of the game where you can see the works of Svetlana Kaverina.
Next project is by artist Daniela Glovin, who combines family photography with an image-to-text AI model to explore how machine learning reshapes nostalgia and collective memory.
My collage series, Future Generations, combines family photography with an image-to-text model to consider how machine learning may shape nostalgia and collective memory. With this work, I recreated family photographs using Midjourney, but my interest was not in the images themselves, but the way in which the model interpreted these images. The generated descriptions strip these personal photographs of their context, reducing them to aesthetics, keywords, and art historical references. Interestingly, the condition of the film also heavily influenced the model's perception, assigning meaning to physical indications of age. The project reveals the recurring visual patterns embedded within our private photographic histories.
Daniel's work is presented as a physical album that visitors can flip. The album, carefully modeled as a part of artworks, allow the audience to engage with it in almost direct and tactile way.
Many of the artists come from countries where cancel culture and censorship are widely spread, and we position ourselves as mediators by providing this platform and this pavilion where the works can be shown. Some of the sensitive examples we would like to show to you. This one is the project by Yelena Barkina. It's a self-destruction, aggression turned inward, where her anger, pain splits itself into both victim and perpetrator. Using childhood photographs, the work reflects on memory, presence, and fragile persistence of hope.
My project Disappearance explores the desire to vanish from the present moment and what it means to disappear completely. What remains is a heavy emptiness that can be felt. The work reflects self-destruction of a silence, with its aggression turned inward, accumulated anger and pain that split the self into both victim and aggressor. When my thoughts became overwhelming, I opened Photoshop and began the series. It became a psychological transfer, allowing me to see what could have happened with my own body. Childhood photographs appear as anchors in the work, carrying memories of hope and belief in the future, and raising the question of why that faith so often fades. For me, art is a way to explore new things, express my passion, and overcome obstacles.
We created a dedicated space with a table, photographs, and scissors where visitors can witness a moment as if the artist has just stood up and stepped away, leaving a family archive laid on a table and unfinished project behind.
The last project of that is that we are going to show is by Melanie. She used inherited stories and as well AI-generated imagery of a town she have never visited but is close to her family history.
My project imported memories reimagines the video format usually tied to family presence, but from a place of absence. It explores how memory, especially in context of displacement or within diasporic families, is often constructed elsewhere, by others or without a direct witness. My work reconstructs images of Syria, my great-grandmother's birthplace, a place I never visited, using inherited stories and AI-generated imagery. Just like AI, you enter a prompt and it gives you a result based on that. Each image generated here begins with a story that is translated into prompts, producing visuals that shift between the intimate and the imagined. In the video, you'll find glitches, distortions, and repetition that point to an unstable archive. The project exists between the personal and the collective, the factual and the fictional, reflecting on how we remember when access to home is fragmented or incomplete.
And in the pavilion, the work is shown on an old television, the video shown on the old television chosen especially for this work. Nearby attached a portrait, a real photograph of the artist's great-grandmother and the letter that her grandfather wrote on the hospital paper relating news about Melanie's family. Visitors can watch the complete video piece with the sound, experiencing the work in a full form.
Going next, we would like to highlight that parts of the pavilion are NPCs, and NPCs are a key element of the exhibition and an important metaphor with the project. And through this photographic reinterpretation using a free camera, like here on the slide, inside the game engine, the perspective shifts away from first person, the visitor or the artist narrative, towards peripheral presence. And the NPCs can be compared to minorities in our world as we see it, often overlooked or barely noticed, yet fundamentally shaping society, like migrants, taxpayers, workers, and others whose presence is constant, structural, and essential. Even when it remains unseen. And for our game, NPCs are ever present. They are part of a stable, game-based world to which you can always come back. Here are a few examples of NPCs in the exhibition. This photograph is constructed from NPC that is bird and its viewpoint. And NPC have their own characteristics. For example, they were created especially for this work as a symbolic element, like a predator and a prey, the hare and the constantly escaping present moment, and the owl as the past and future that haunts it. Next. This example is from Burak's Kasi point of view, and this image was also captured using a free camera to represent photographs, to represent photographs from the perspective of NPC. This one is example of a perspective of a butterfly that was modeled and animated specially for the artist Anna Polonieva as NPC viewpoint. This one is a red boots modeled and animated for the another artist Vlada Bulukina as one of the NPC integrated in this world.
We designed the project as a safe and controlled game environment, but once something exists on the internet, it also became much less predictable. During the opening, we experienced a Zoom bombing attack. This moment reminded us that online spaces are never fully closed or protected. They are always exposed to unexpected behavior. Rather than seeing this only as a disruption, we treat it as a part of reality of working online, something that must be acknowledged, designed, and reflected on, and also learned. In total, we had more than 300 visitors from different countries and regions. Most users accessed the project through standard web browsers like Chrome or Safari, but we also saw some traffic from mobile apps and alternative platforms. A relatively small experimental project can still find an international audience and help us to understand how people experience the work. Currently, a desktop version of the project is available online. We're also transitioning to a newer engine that will deliver a more realistic visual experience. That was it. Thank you for attention, and now we are ready to answer all the questions you might have.
Just a small note, it's like a promotion, sorry. Here is a QR code. We discussed a lot our exhibition that is game-based. It's free to use, free to play, free to look around. You can scan it via VR code, and it's better to download it online. It's just 1 gigabyte size. It's easier to play, to see how it's all work and how is it, and just to make your opinion on this topic. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. It was quite dense, and I have one question regarding what you said, that once something is online, it becomes prey or subject of interventions and generates a sort of dialogue. I don't know if it was clear for the audience, like how reality crashed into your online opening. So could you maybe tell a little bit about this, and also like how do you plan at all to further develop this concept or this world or this format of creating exhibitions? And I will have a follow-up question for that as well.
Regarding the first question about the online event, we created a Zoom link and shared it into our communities and among the artists. And I think they also shared it in between. And because we didn't make any verification process, there was some, and also the Wrong Biennale visitors, some visitors from other pavilion came. There was one visitor with an anonymous nickname, and the visitor tried to interrupt the speech with the sounds and the drawing on a shared screen. And in the end, it was like a chain of reactions with a flag of Russia and Ukraine. And we, I think, we could but along. Yeah, but we get along with it 17 minutes, so anyway, we're proud of the opening.
That's quite an interesting experience, because we were talking a lot about how freely is this idea of game-based online slaying, where you can explore and can be safe even with your ideas, and with the artists whose ideas were, we didn't name it, but it was about like some migration, political, sensitive, like suicidal ideas. And then this happened, and I think it's a good example just to see, look around about different opinions, different options. And we tried to integrate it here to the, like an image, just to show how it was. And I think it was nice kind of way of, we can name it not a performance, but maybe a happening as well, that we observe, we can communicate, we don't turn it off or told like, go away. We tried to communicate and just be all around this topic idea and Zoom bombing. And answering the second part of your questions about how we are gonna develop our project. So now it's based on this Godot engine. Kate is doing mainly her technical work, and we are moving it to Unreal.
So the reason of choosing Godot engine was to produce the work online, and now we're not limited with the Wrong Biennale requirements, and we want to make a more realistic and bigger desktop version. And can you talk about the exhibition as well?
Yeah, so now we are moving it to Unreal Engine, where you can see actually the whole exhibition more clearly, like live look-alike thing. And another option for us, of course, it's online based, and it's interesting for us as this whole opportunity to look an exhibition online, but we were thinking about making exhibition offline, and because our artists are based in different countries and cities, we were thinking about exhibitions, small exhibitions for this memory pavilion, but reinterpreting some ideas, some thoughts, maybe some rooms, some of these sub-levels on the offline things, but now it's still work in progress. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And do we have questions? Here, there. Okay, yes.
I have one question about the environment. So, how did you build up the environment around the artworks? So, did you have this is your own vision, or did you have some kind of communication with the artists who are in this environment? I'm just, for example, the Lenin Mausoleum. It's quite interesting how related to the artworks.
So we held a series of video calls with the artist, and we discussed how their ideas would fit the environment. And after all the video calls, we always was in touch via emails, and we realized that some places are, like for example, the residential building, it's a place for living one. The mausoleum is liminal space, neither dead, neither alive. And the cemetery was like projects who are mostly talking about dead people, and Yeah, there was also a playground with a project of Komisarova, and of course we discussed it with the artists. We were all the time communicating with them, and for some artists, when they knew about our ideas, they from their first start said, "Oh, I want to be there," and but for some artists, we were like had multiple options, and in the end made the decision. So
Thank you.
Can I add just a quick things? But the main environment is this Foviki forest that we showed up, and the idea was that it's like not a real world because it's just residential building and some mausoleum and this cemetery exist, and we wanted it to present as something in your mind, in what you are dreaming about, some moody thoughts. That's why there are lots of foggy-like environment, and that's what we proposed and experienced with the artist, why this building, why they proposed it, why we would like to take it, how we would like to combine it. So yeah, that's all was quite a big teamwork. That's why it was quite important for us to give a voice to artists as well, even here for symposium.
Thank you. I think we have time left for one more question. In the very back? No? That was just the way. You were just waving to someone? Okay. Here? Okay, you have to decide.
So for me, it was very easy to connect this memory nostalgia aspect, especially through the graphics of the game, because it's really like early 2000s PlayStation 1, like, and if you plan to upgrade the graphics to a more realistic one, how would you keep this nostalgic aspect of the game?
It's a really good question, but I think this nostalgia atmosphere is seen not only from graphics, but it's seen from the exteriors and interiors of the environment. Like, I mean, the design of the rooms, like carpets, etc. But we will take it into account to think about how graphically we can have the vibe of PlayStation, like early PlayStations. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot.
Now, as the first section is over, we saw people needing to exit bubbles. We saw different bubbles. I think we managed to connect to quarantine freedom, these presentations. Now there is going to be a short cigarette or coffee break. You can also exit onto the balcony, and we meet back at 11:30 or maybe 1 or 2 minutes later.
think in 1 minute we should start the second section. So welcome everyone back in the second section. My name is Anna Fabricius, photographer and visual artist. I'm a adjunct professor at the MoMA in the photography MA. And basically I work with photography and video work. And in my artistic practice, the focus around socially engaged work, and almost in the last 20 years, I work with the question of the changing nature of the labor or the work. So I'm happy to host the second section, Insider Outsiders, which is explore the issues, the post-colonialism, national identity and political marginalization. The title Insider Outsiders also has allusion to the toxic and abusive relationship that the authoritarian power forces on the individual and the ways that the individual respond to this. The power employs narcissistic strategies and tactics, consciously making two-way communication impossible, undermining and discriminating independent thinking. So we are proud to present on the scene 4 artists. Camilla Seinok, she's the real insider outsider because she didn't arrive. So she's in the program, but she didn't show up. So Aaron Todd Hein, Katarina Roters, and Peter Puklus. They all brought us projects that explore individual responses to these narcissistic declarative narratives. So the first presentation of this section will be given by Aaron Todd Hein, who is a Budapest and Paris-based photographer, and actually he's a photography student at the BA. His work explored the human experience through immersive, layered concepts. His practice is driven by a brief exploration of the world around him, often combining photography with other mediums, placing emphasis on material choices. His upcoming presentation is Us Living on the Crust, reflect on what it means became acceptable, what it means to become an outsider today by examining the condition at the Serbian-Hungarian border and how acceptable that the Hungarian government has conducted an aggressive anti-migrant communication for many years. The project was exhibited off Bratislava and got the ON Award in 2024, Photon Gallery Ljubljana, and during La Nuit Blanche in Paris. So Aaron, the platform is yours.
Hello everyone. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. And as Anna mentioned, I will be presenting my project, Us Living on the Crust, which I was working on in 2023, and I finished this in the really beginning of 2024. In my opinion, borders are cultural and national remnants, and modern humans need to reconsider their meanings and significance. Everywhere is the same, and we divide the same with fabricated reasons. These divisions are often presented as natural or inevitable, even though they are historically recent and constantly shifting. Due to the monomania of a few leaders, more and more people are forced to leave their homes. They have to become lost strangers, willingly or not. This process transforms personal lives into political consequences, often stripping people of agency and identity. As a Hungarian citizen, it became essential to me to reconsider this notion, as the Hungarian government views the country as Europe's bulwark, the defending border of Europe. They have been conducting a determined, aggressive anti-migrant campaign for years, driving people's opinion in a highly exclusionary way. Fear is repeatedly used as a tool to simplify complex human realities into slogans and threats. It has been 10 years now that they built a physical closure between Serbia and Hungary. This construction marked a turning point in how borders were reintroduced into everyday political language in Hungary. But this physical border that they built was never actually working as they were communicating about it. They meant it to protect us from migrants, from innocent people fleeing many kinds of danger, who they were calling terrorists. People who entered the country illegally were pushed into transit zones, and some of them had to spend months or even years there, and of course it was not a pleasant place to be. These zones functioned as spaces of suspension, neither fully inside nor outside the state. And I think it worth mentioning that it is the government that was supposed to represent the welcoming behavior of Christian morals, which contradiction between proclaimed values and actual practices was also impossible for me to ignore. In the past years, illegal human trafficking has been constant around the border. This problem was clearly generated by the government's decision. In the vicinity of the border crossing, numerous abandoned and burned cars could be found as remnants of police chases. These vehicles appeared as kind of silent witnesses to invisible and ongoing movement. The Hungarian far-right party, called Mi Hazánk, held a demonstration on the 11th of November in 2023 at the border. They are advocating for the reinforcement of the border barrier. They even framed the border more as a site of spectacle rather than lived reality. I traveled there to capture photographs at the event and around the Schengen border. I was walking, wandering around in the woods and the roads where people were running for the freedom in a hope of a better life. Moving through these spaces made the absence of people feel quite heavy and absurd. They actually brought one of the wrecks, burned out car to the demonstration. Removed from its original context, the object kind of became a symbol manipulated for political messaging. The people participating in the protests were upset by the way the government was using the so-called protecting barrier wall as a communicational tool. Their frustration revealed internet cracks within the dominant narrative in the country. For the people living around there, it was actually threatening hearing gunshots regularly in the middle of the night, and violence became part of their everyday soundscape. Driving around the roads close to the border and finding an empty or burnt out car every 100 or 200 meters was indeed terrifying, and the repetition at one point created a sense of absurdity, and it was not the best thing to see and to drive around there. The photo series coexists with a poem I wrote that can be interpreted in 3 ways. I combine the description of an illegal border crossing process with my personal thoughts on boundaries. The 2 texts can be read separately, and they can be read together horizontally, creating a 3rd text. It was originally written in Hungarian, and a professional translated it for me to English. And I will give you a minute or 2 to go through it. To me, the border doesn't feel like a line of protection, but more like a stage, kind of a place where power is performed, fear is rehearsed, and identity is publicly enacted. At a certain point, the border stops being a line on the map and it becomes internalized. It turns into fear and hesitation. It begins to regulate behavior long before it is actually physically encountered. Borders are presented as absolute and unquestionable, yet they are fundamentally absurd things. They exist everywhere in language and policy, but become strangely undefinable when you encounter the question of what borders actually are. This uncertainty also destabilizes their claimed authority. This contradiction, the absurdity, is reflected in the atmosphere of the series. I was trying to maintain a visual language that brings in the mood of suspense. These images are not meant to explain or prove anything. They exist in the space between documentation and imagination, where uncertainty is allowed to remain unresolved. I try to avoid any clear conclusions or didactic gestures. The absence of people in most of the images is intentional. What remains are traces, evidence of fear, movement, and urgency, without the individuals who leave them and experience the deprivation of their identity. By examining borders between countries, especially the margins of the Schengen area, my work investigates what it means to become an outsider today. The border is approached as a lived condition more than a fixed location. And rather than offering solutions, the photo series remains with the question of how borders continue to shape who is allowed to belong and who must remain in transit. And the work, I was trying to keep the work deliberately open-ended. Shortly about the technique that I was using. I used various digital techniques to create the images. I was aiming to expand the boundaries of human vision across the electromagnetic spectrum to highlight our physical barriers and the pettiness of humans. This approach also included self-made cameras, such as an infrared camera or a small pinhole camera that I made out of a 15-year-old phone. And it was also really important to me to use only digital techniques to maintain the image in an undefinable space. I scanned each image from a small LCD screen, from different LCD screens, from different perspectives, which gave them kind of a unique look, and I was able to highlight the pixels that way. And this allowed me to break down the images to more defined units. This process was also really important concerning one of the installation forms, which I will come back to soon. Furthermore, I reprocessed satellite images taken from space, which were also taken in different spectra, like ultraviolet, infrared, and so on. Important thing to mention is that not all the images, even though most of them were taken at the Serbian-Hungarian border. Since I was focusing on the notion of borders in general, I decided to involve different parts of the planet that we inhabit. For the installation, I made two types of uniquely modified LCD screens. The new structure of the displays were handmade. I was basically deconstructing used LCD screens and experimenting with them. In the case of the first type that you can see, reflecting on the separating properties of borders, I removed the backlight and the pixel grid from each other. And then I reassembled them in a way so that the gap between them remains. This also achieved kind of a holographic effect connecting to the spatiality of borders. The other type of monitor was designed so that the projected image is barely visible from the front. To achieve this, I was using a diffuser plate. Since the image can only be viewed from the side, I was able to draw kind of a borderline within the space, within the audience, because when someone was wanting to see the image, had to move to the side. That you can see it on the left from the front, and as you were moving to the side, it was becoming way more visible. On this monitor, images created with the unique scanning technique are equipped with a continuous zoom effect, which is resulting interference. So what is creating are constantly changing lines and parcels on the images. And in the end, it was zooming in between the smallest units of the images. And then the next image was appearing between them. As it was mentioned, amongst other exhibitions, I presented this work of mine at the of Bratislava Festival at the academic section together with the photography department of MOME. And I installed 3 displays, and the poem was presented on the ground. And today I wasn't able to present all the images of the series, but I'd be happy to share, so please don't hesitate to reach out. And I look forward to any questions that might have came up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron, for your presentation. So now I turn to the audience. If anybody has questions for Arion.
Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned that borders are ultimately an absurd construct, absurd creation. But I have a feeling that borders are the most harsh reality. So do you think that on one end there is your statement and on the other end there is this other statement? Is there, do they coexist, or is it you're convinced that borders don't exist or matter, or they are absurd in their nature?
Yeah, I absolutely think that they coexist. Like, there are many real things, like there are many parts of reality which I find absurd. And it is one out of them. Like, it's absurd how much money one person can have, like multi-billionaires. It is absolutely absurd, and we can't even imagine the amount of money. And I kind of think about borders in a similar way, to be honest, because it is absolutely not something natural, but at the same time we can feel that it's in the nature of humans, and that's what we should get rid of, I think, because it's absolutely unnecessary. And then what it's coming from and what it's gaining is part of the most horrible things in the world.
Okay. Thank you.
Aaron, actually I have 2 questions for your series. I started with a quote which came from Adolf Loos, the pioneer of the modern architecture that is more ethic and less aesthetic, which was some kind of reference to the importance of the social responsibility. And what do you think that how ethical that the contemporary photography still uses aesthetic images to visualize brutality?
Thank you for the question. I'm struggling with the idea myself, to be honest, because indeed I'm dealing with a topic which is quite harsh, and I think that I'm also approaching it in an aestheticizing way, and I don't know if I'm really feeling my responsibilities with it. If what I'm achieving with it is enough, or it's what I actually want with it. I think it really depends on the context and how the artist is using it. If it's for themselves, it is hardly questionable. But if the person is using it to talk about the topic, I think, and at the same time it's aestheticizing it, it's a way of communicating, it's a way of framing, I think.
Thanks. Any questions? I have one.
It's a short question. So you have a very interesting process that you work with. And my question is that, so during to work on this project, did anything change? I mean, experience or this process and working with the borders. So it changed anything in yourself during working on the project?
Yes, in a way. I think I got closer to the idea of borders, and I got more far from it at the same time. So I think if you investigate in them and you start to discover what borders are, you start to have less of an idea about what it is, and that's what I was basically experiencing with dealing with this topic. The more I thought about it, the less I knew what it is, and also when I was having discussions about it with people about their ideas about borders, everyone was saying something different, and the conclusion was, in the end, was always that we don't really know, and that it is weird in the end.
I have one question about this some kind of Eastern European gaze, which is a little bit related to the question what Ariane poses to Dorota. Because sometimes I feel that this Western curatorial choice keeps alive the Eastern European gaze. What do you think? Is it still exist, or so who's chosen? Yes. So who chose this visuality?
I think it's kind of an acceptable thing, or not that it's acceptable. I think it still exists, and since if we're talking about something that is connected to our experience, our culture, Eastern European culture, or Eastern European history, or for example, the political situations in the present, I think we are the ones who can investigate and talk about it in the most authentic way. So I think it is relevant in a way, but the fact that, for example, in Western European countries, if the curator's choices are mainly based on our background and our history, and if it's a bit too much, it is also questionable. So I think we have to keep a balance, because we are also representing something with ourselves, with our culture, but at the same time we are also Europeans, and we are also humans, and we're dealing with topics that are absolutely not connected to being Eastern European, and that's where we have to keep the balance, I think.
Thank you. Thank you. So, the second presenter it will be Katharina Roters. Katharina Roters is a German-Hungarian visual artist and photographer. She studied at the Academy of Fine Art Düsseldorf and received her DLA from the Hungarian University of Fine Arts. Her works explore the cultural, architectural, and political topographies of post-socialist and peripheral regions. Her practice focuses on the intersection of vernacular architecture, visual ideology, and spatial mythologies, with long-term research project in Hungary and Armenia. Katharina's lecture is a poetic cartography of wounded topography, speculative facts from Armenia's periphery. She explores Armenian space as condensed time, an unfulfilled claim shaped by the myth, displacement, and survival. The platform is yours.
Thank you. Okay. This is good, yeah? Thank you. I'm happy to be here. And now, yeah. Okay. Good. So, these images were made in Armenia. They are part of a long-term project I have been working on since 2014. For this project, I keep returning to Armenia. Armenia is a space that has been divided, occupied, and fragmented several times, even after the Karabakh War of 2020. Geographically, Armenia lies at the edge of Europe. Mythologically, it stands at the center of our Christian European origin story, Mount Ararat and Noah's Ark. In Armenia, these myths do not belong to the past. They are visible and tangible in the present and inscribed in space. For me, periphery is a form of knowledge. It is a condition of perception, a way of seeing and working. The original meaning of periphery implies circling, moving around something. To circle does not mean a frontal explanation. It means an approach through movement and constantly shifting positioning. Through this, layers, transitions, and thresholds in space become visible. In this way, a movement of repeated return takes shape. Knowledge does not emerge from a single gaze, but through variation, through the difference between views. It happens through shifts. That is, not I see something else, but I see the same differently. In this movement, my own position changes as well. The boundary between insider and outsider is not dissolved. It becomes porous and has to be put into relation again and again. It turns into a working boundary. It is not an identity, it is a practice. I have to keep it in mind, endure it, and constantly recalibrate it. Meaning and order are not given in advance. They emerge in the process. Their readability changes through return. It is precisely in this condition that co-presence is possible. Through return, a bound forms. And this bound is what allows meaning to take effect. In this way, a cycle takes shape and stays in motion. Return produces bounding, bounding produces density. And each density forms a new sediment in seeing, as a layer of perception. This is periphery as an epistemic form. My position on Armenia and my way of working on this project lie exactly within this cycle. My images run here in parallel to this lecture in their own sequence. This decision is the consequence of my practice, because knowledge here does not emerge through explanation, but through return, co-presence, condensing, and shifts. The images can remain as their own space of perception, parallel, open, and in motion. I begin with an Armenian joke. two Armenians meet. One of them says, "Did you know that aliens are Armenian?" The other replies, "What? No. Why?" The answer is inaplanetian, because of the yan. Inaplanetian is the Russian word for alien. Most Armenians speak Russian, and Armenian last names typically end with the suffix yan. This is why inaplanetian sounds like an Armenian last name. This small language joke creates a marker of belonging through a simple suffix, not through blood, soil, or flag, but through script, name, and ending. Script functions here as a portable order, and belonging becomes readable. According to the Armenian founding legend, Saint Mesrop Mashtots received the Armenian script through divine inspiration in the early 5th century. In visions, partly in dreams, partly in prayer, the shapes of the letters appeared to him, and he then wrote them down. The letters are therefore not considered as an invention, but as a revealed order. The Armenian alphabet is considered divinely inspired. Here, it is not only words that are written. Letters, forms are placed as signs, as inscriptions, and as marks in the landscape. The sacred moves into the landscape. Space grows out of the human hand. Script is literally set into stone. Stone carries duration and memory. It is a witness. Space becomes liturgical and a practice of remembering. Memory takes shape here through return in space, not as storytelling. The monasteries, the monastic centers of early Christian Armenian culture, materialized this order. The letters needed places where they could be preserved, copied, lectured, internalized, and translated into stone. These centers do not only say faith, but also belonging is inscribed here. Stone and script form an architecture of memory, inscribed time. Script make space readable and therefore culturally locatable. Script territorializes. Let me return to the joke, because it shows something else as well. Here, belonging and otherness slide into one other. The boundary grows porous. An alien is maximal outside, and through a minimal linguistic form suddenly appears inside. Belonging shifts from the local into the cosmic. In Armenian, the same structure appears in the word yerkir. It can mean land, ground, or homeland, what one identifies with, but it can also mean Earth as a planet. Yerkir is a lived space, and at the same time, it is a space that can be thought without a fixed scale, from stone to planet. When a term leaves its scale open, it works as a spatial medium. This changes how space is experienced. It takes the form of layered scales. This layering is not abstract, it is felt. And this felt quality carries something of longing. Armenia becomes everything, and Yerkir names everything in which life can be imagined at all. Within this way of thinking about space, belonging, and with it identity, is no longer only cartographic, but relational. Yerkir binds without delimiting. From this, density and tension emerge. A space without a fixed direction makes perception radical because it offers no defined point of reference. The Armenian genocide of 1915 in the Ottoman Empire is the point zero. When existence is erased, the conditions of space change in an existential way. Space is then no longer only a mirror of these processes. It becomes a form of survival in itself. Space sedimentates, and co-presence appears as a layered present. Soviet remnants next to post-Soviet new buildings, myths within everyday life, improvisations and additive architectures, monuments and voids. Nothing is fully resolved. Different times, systems, myths and breaks remain active at once. It is in this simultaneity space becomes an unfulfilled claim. Form stands, but fulfillment never arrives. History does not appear as a story. Survival becomes a spatial practice, not narration, but action. The dream of an impotent is an ironic nickname for the obelisk at the monument complex at the top of the cascade in Yerevan, a site meant to open into a panoramic view of the city and Mount Ararat. It exemplifies the logic of incompletion and reworking. The obelisk was meant to be finished for the anniversary of the October Revolution in 1967, but its top was missing. Later, a national ornament was added. In this way, a Soviet symbol was later given a more national reading. But the path leading up to the obelisk remains unfinished to this day. The cascade, this monumental terrace survey of Soviet modernism, contains a telling void. The stairs do not reach the monument at the obelisk and its panoramic view. The connecting piece, the last transition, is missing, leaving it as a permanent construction site. One has to walk around it. Form, addition, rupture, and temporary solutions remain active at the same time as co-presence in space. And more than that, the core of this complex is its visual axis. It is orientated toward Mount Ararat, the ever-present sacred identity-forming and yet unreachable mountain of Armenians. Ararat stands close to the Armenian border, but already on Turkish territory. Remains closed. The border between Armenia and Turkey remains closed to this day. Here, proximity becomes a permanent and unresolvable distance and longing. The dream of the impotent becomes visible in this gap. It marks a grand urban gesture that remains unfinished, a promise of unity and order that is never fulfilled. In this gap, a country between idea and provisionality becomes visible. Armenia is a place of high density, and space becomes biography. It is a space that cannot close. Periphery begins where one keeps going anyway, using the place, improvising, staying in motion. Improvisation here means repeatedly repositioning oneself and therefore seeing differently. This is simultaneity. Aspiration and use remain active in the same time. Monument and provisionality exist side by side. The gesture stands, its fulfillment does not arrive. Here, the but of Radio Yerevan comes in. An opening between official form and lived reality. Radio Yerevan was a very popular and widely circulating satirical figure across the socialist Eastern Bloc. Built as a question and answer format. Question to Radio Yerevan. Is it true that? Answer, in principle, yes. But. The punchline lies in the but. It follows the rules, and precisely because of that, it undermines them. The joke does not reveal reality itself, but the language through which power presents it. By adapting the official form and slightly shifting it, Radio Yerevan shows the center as something linguistic and repeatable. Agreement and contradiction remain active at the same time. Here, periphery works as a method, not as a counterpower, but as practice, minimal and usable. The but keeps meaning in motion. The football goal, painted onto a wall, appears where no field exists, and yet it works. It is playable without providing the space it refers to. The goal does not replace a field. It creates a usual fiction, a game without extension, but not without rules. No field, but playable. In this sense, the goal is a spatial but. It holds together image and action, imagination and play. What appears here is not representation, but activation. Space takes shape through collective bodily practice, self-evident in use. This is the most everyday layer, where larger structures are absorbed and become second nature. Space here is never fully present and never fully past. What operates here is neither history nor a single event. It is time that does not dissolve, time that does not pass, but accumulates, condensed time. Through repetition, the gesture continues as resonance. In this gesture, everything returns to what is most self-evident. Periphery is keeping sense in motion. In this sense, it is the essence that does not become monumental, but remains ephemeral. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the presentation. I open now the questions to the public. Anybody has? Okay, I start with questions. So, actually, for many years you have been working with the built environment. So, like the Kardar cubes, if somebody doesn't know, Katarina has a book about the Hungarian Kardar cubes, which is a typical uniformized building. It's around 100 square meter, and she created a book about this one. So what do you think that why the building or the built environment is the most relevant form to articulate special problems of the society?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Well, I think that space and architecture is the most where all so everything sedimentate inside this. It's very the old political, historical, ideologically. So everything left a mark in space. That's why space, so the built space, yeah, the urban space, so I'm talking about the urban space, becomes a very interesting, diverse, layered field where everything condensed, so it goes down, down, down. And you can see these sediments. So that's why it's very interesting for me, and I think it's one of the most controversial and full with a lot of perspective you can enter and see. And for me, in my work, in fact, I'm not searching for projects through reflection or mentally. Projects are coming to me. I'm starting very intuitive, so there is something what touches me. And then I start to go on. So, and I have very long-term projects. So 10 years for me, it's in fact normal to work on something. And I start very intuitive, so there is something in this space, what I see, my perception is touched, and then I start to go after it, and then slowly I develop something. Yeah.
First of all, thank you for your brilliant presentation. It was really very, very interesting for me. And I will follow your question and issue of architecture, because I'm sure you know the notion of difficult heritage in the context of Nazi period in Europe. In Poland, we deal a lot with this case, like how can we treat buildings which were built by Nazis and so on. But I would like to focus on this notion of difficult heritage, and I would like to ask you if you consider this notion in the context of socialist architecture in Europe, in Eastern Europe as well. Do you think it would be fruitful, or we need maybe we need other notion or category or? Yeah.
Well, I think that I'm trying always to focus on not on this perspective. I'm trying to focus and find really what is in the more layers, downstairs layers, and what is in between. So, like the Hungarian cubes, yeah, in fact, by the Hungarian cubes, it was in the first point not the shape of the form of architecture, it was the ornamentation, yeah. So the ornamentation coming out of the people lived in these houses. And in Armenia, in fact, I'm searching, I'm shooting a lot. So let's say I shoot everything what it's come to my perception. But I'm always trying to find this point, this essence, where is nothing. So so exactly the opposite. And I'm always trying to avoid. I have also photos from, so these classical topics, these ruins, and then the Karabakh War. I lived a year in Armenia during the Karabakh War. And of course, there are places where I go, like this huge cemetery in Yerevan, Yerablur, what is their special cemetery, military cemetery. But I'm always trying to find the places beside what not represents and show these official big narratives, yeah? And so for me, is this the way out, or the door out, yeah? And but I think that to reach this point or to go inside, I need this long-term time. So this about what I talked in the beginning, so that I'm returning all the time. I'm returning again and again, and I go to places again. I'm returning to Armenia since 1998. So it's already a very, very long time. And so I'm developing a kind of bounding, yeah, and through this, my perception is also always changing, yeah. So I don't know if I could answer good.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I like your practice of returning and the part that you said about circling. And it's reminded me pictures of Yerevan that's on a cascade on facades. There are those spirals and circles, and also like the main station of the in Yerevan on a cascade there are, if you remember, there are like spirals, and also it reminds me like the Great Fontaine and a place of Republican, How much does Armenian culture influence your practice of photography?
Well, this is very difficult to answer because Armenia is a very important place in my life, and it's influenced everything in my life. So I don't want to become personal now, but Armenia, I don't know really why. I was the first time 98, and somehow I have a connection with this country. That means that the influence is going in every part of my life. And I'm originally, so I not studied photography, I studied painting. So I'm a visual artist and I studied painting. Of course I was always taking also photos, yeah? But my main focus was on painting. And to really start to work with the medium photography, I started in '99 in Armenia. So Armenia brought me even to deal with space, to look at the space, because in 1999, 2000, I mean, Armenia was very different than compared to now. Yeah, it was a completely different stage of development. But it was so, I was so strong connected with it that the camera became like a tool to absorb all this what I saw there and what touched me, and in the space, yeah. So I never took photos from people or whatever. So space. So I think the influence is very, very high, but. Let's say concrete influence in discussions with other photographers or artists in Armenia, this is not so big. Because in fact, in the end of the day, they don't understand really what I'm shooting. Because in Armenia, mostly people come to shoot or Soviet modern. What I also did, I had a big project about Metsamor, the nuclear atomic power plant city for the workers, yeah? Okay. Or they come to shoot the old monasteries, or they come for shooting the Karabakh war and the refugees, the displaced people from Nagorno-Karabakh. So this, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So of course as I'm going since so long time to Armenia, I know a lot of people and I'm very good connected, yeah. And of course I have discussions and meeting and talks, but I have to say that it is a bit similar, like now coming back to the Hungarian cubes. In the beginning when I showed the Hungarian cubes before the book came out, and I showed it in Hungary, they thought that I'm stupid. What I'm doing here? What is this woman? She's crazy? She's coming from the West and shooting this. So it's needed a time until in Hungary it started to change the perception about what I made. And this is sometimes a bit similar in Armenia. So yeah, so it's a process, and Armenians are, well, it's difficult to say so, yeah, Armenians are, so we have to put everything in, yeah. But as I have really a bit this insider-outsider position, so I fit it very good, because I'm more, so I have not Armenian identity, but I'm very close. But of course there's also distance, but I'm close enough to have a own opinion about Armenia. And these Armenians don't like, especially when I not say, oh. So, yeah, it is sometimes not easy. Okay.
Aryan has the last, you have some comments? No? So Aryan has the last question.
Do I? Yes. Thank you for the presentation. I found it very, very intriguing, especially the language, or the use of language, or the use of tonality or that you chose or that you had. I know your pictures, but together with the presentation, I actually understood that this is not necessarily about Armenia, but it is about language, and I quite enjoyed how, together with the presentation, the pictures became absolutely abstract. So, like, the composition took over what is depicted. And thinking about the theme of this section, this insider-outsiders topic, I have a feeling that you, and this is not a this is maybe a question, I don't know if it's a question, but I have a feeling that it's your choice of country, Armenia, is not an outsider entering into a country, but it's more you from the palette of 200 countries, you chose one that is how to say, that is the right place to talk about language, right? Yes. Okay, thank you.
It's of course always so. Sometimes I'm looking at this and then Armenia, and I think that it's all just about me.
Yeah, exactly.
So, in fact, I don't know. So, exactly. Yeah. Thank you very much.
So we continue. Our last lecturer, Peter Puklus, who's a Hungarian artist and lives and works in Budapest. He finished his photography studies at MoMA and furthered his education in the new media design at École Nationale Supérieure de Création Industrielle in Paris. Besides photography, Puklus works with many different mediums: sculpture, objects, paintings, installation, drawings, and videos. Storytelling plays a pivotal role, whether presented in gallery spaces or in the form of photo books, like Handbooks to the Stars, The Epic Love Story of a Warrior, or his latest one, The Hero Father, I Have Been Lying My Whole Life, published by the Witty Books. Peter's upcoming presentation, Not My War, deals with the question how global crises infiltrate in private life, and at the same time poses the question, can silence be an act of resistance? Peter's platform is yours.
Hello everyone, I'm Peter Puklus. It works. Thank you very much for the introduction, and since there is a little change in the program, I think that I can give you the longer version of my presentation. I will start to give you a little understanding of my practice. I think one of the most important medium for me is publishing books. I give you some.
Right? Yes. We have to give back, unfortunately.
Yes, please. It's not a present. It's just you can flip through and then please give them back to me. These are my last copies. And another important thing is that usually I take a picture of my audience, so please cheer. Thank you. I am not going to talk too long about the first book, which I published in 2011, which is entitled 1.5 Meter. Basically, the titles are always very important for me in my practice and in my publications. I only explain the title this case, and you will have a physical copy going across the room. So 1.5 meters stands for the length of an open arm, in which I described a circle of friends and family and people I used to be close to. The book was published in 2011, I guess, and it's a diary of a young photographer, how I call it today. Next one is Handbook to the Stars. It's important to understand why I'm talking about this, this book, which was also published in the same year of the first one, and the second edition was published a few years later, which is the green cover. So Handbook to the Stars stands for the night sky. When you look at the night sky, from the beginning of the humankind, we were always keen to understand what was going on, and I was very inspired by this fact that how people were imagining or creating a universe around us just in order to be able to understand, and people started to connect bigger stars with smaller stars, and then they said that there is a constellation, let's say a Scorpio, and it affects your life. But I believe it's bullshit. However, I was really interested in the way how we are able to connect unrelated things together, and the capacity of the human mind allows us to create a story from something which does not exist at all, only from the point of view where I am at that very moment. So at first, this project basically is based on photographs which I just took during a residency in Banská Štiavnica in Slovakia. I photographed everything which came to my mind, and then together with the help of Claudia Kussel, thank you very much again and again, we created this wonderful book, Handbook to the Stars. First it looked like a normal exhibition, that was my first museum solo show at FOAM, where Claudia invited me to exhibit this project. So we had these pictures on the wall with some objects, etc. And then, when the books arrived from the printing house, I realized that this kind of constellation, which I was always thinking about, was possible to recreate. The way how we created the book together with Claudia is that she selected 55 pictures for me from a long series, from a big series of pictures and a big pile of pictures, and then we technically threw those 55 selected images on the floor, and we started to create connections between them. We somehow defined what are the bigger stars, let's say the key images, the most important ones. For example, this one with the 3 tulips. And then we started to create connections between these images, between these bigger stars. And for example, in this case, when you look at the pictures with the red tapes on the background of the tulips, and then the next picture has also red tape. So sometimes these connections are very visual, sometimes there is a similar object, a similar color, a similar feeling, something like that, which helps the viewer to go through this entire star map. Or if you go to the other side, for example, from the same picture, you can actually start from anywhere and you can arrive to anywhere in this star map. So, for example, if you start from the, or if you go to the other direction, then you realize that on the background of this picture there are squares, which are the tiles, and the next picture has also squares, which is an open cardboard box, and then the next picture is closed cardboard box. So this big star map was actually recreated in the installation of the of the book. The Epic Love Story of a Warrior I published in 2016, also a very important chapter in my practice. If you look at the 2 previous projects I was talking about, at the time I felt that there was a huge gap between the 2. The first one was about my friends and family and private life, beautiful young people sitting half naked at home, and the second one was a very abstract, constructed and created, orchestrated project, and I felt that there was a big distance between the two. I learned a lot from both of those projects. I think I learned storytelling with visual elements. I think I also learned the connection between images. And I also learned that I was capable of telling a story with photographs only. So my idea was to connect those smaller projects together with a bigger one, or to fill this gap with a big and fat book, which is the epic love story of a warrior, which is based on two different family stories, two private stories. One is the story of my family, which is coming from a Catholic background, and the other story was the story of my girlfriend at the time, the Jewish background, and returning from Auschwitz, and these kind of stories combined together into an imaginary family story in Central Europe during 20th century. This is like the baseline or the motto of this book. From these family stories, I picked personas and locations and little actions. You know, this kind of storytelling when you are sitting at home around the Christmas table or at an anniversary party, and you know your uncle is telling something about, you know, doing something somewhere, and I picked or noted these little stories, picked them, mixed them very well, and connected them with these visual elements. So actually behind every picture there is something which is important for me, and probably it's not important for you, because actually it's not a game. You don't have to find out what is happening behind those pictures. However, it helped me a lot to create and to go forward with the creation. So, something what led me to arrive to this point where I am at the moment are these two books. The first one is The Hero Mother, or How to Build a House, which was published by Whitty Books in 2021. And the first idea came basically right after or during I was working on the previous chapter, on the previous book, The Epic Love Story of a Warrior. The idea came when I was in the hospital holding the hand of the mother of my first child, Felix, who is 11 now, and during the labor, I felt very useless. I was there, you know, surrounded by doctors and nurses, and I didn't really know what to do. I was not, you know, I was present physically, but I couldn't really help or see myself in a good way, besides of being a witness of the situation. And I used this time to think about my future, or my actual reality, which was like ended just in front of my eyes. I discovered, I realized that the life I was knowing at the time was about to end, just as a person, as an artist, as a partner. Everything it was about to end, because I realized that I was becoming a father. So that was the moment when I started to think about this position of the human being in the society, and that's how actually the project, The Hero Mother, was born. It talks a lot, I think, about how we position ourselves in our society. What is the role of me, of you? What can we? How can we do it better? You know, I realized, or I came to this idea that heroism is seen basically in two different ways. This is what I understood more or less. It's just very shortly that, you know, there is this American superhero way of heroism, which is like an unrealistic way of, you know, saving the world and killing all the enemies. Or there is the classical European way of heroism, where when basically, you know, either you deserve a bronze statue in the main square of any town at the back of a horse, like a king or a queen, or, which is again unrealistic for us in the 21st century. Or you also, the other way is that to die in front of the execution squad or in the battlefield, like, I don't know, Richard Dreyfuss or Jeanne d'Arc or whoever, is again unrealistic, because I believe in peace. I believe that European Union is for us to thrive and to create a beautiful and peaceful future. So basically none of these examples are valid anymore for us and to the generations following us. So what can we give those people? How can we be a good example? What is the right answer to influence and to use our positions? And these questions are still with me and led me to the second part of the Hero Mother project, which is the Hero Father project. I think it was a very important move. I published this book last year in November, and unfortunately I don't have any physical copies here with me, so yeah. The Hero Father is about basically the same thing, except from a different, from another point of view, from probably more deeper or more honest or more, I don't know, the motto was radical honesty when I was working on this project. And yeah, it is very difficult to talk about this project for the moment. So this is one of the most important picture in this series, I believe. It summarizes somehow the struggle or the fight which I was going through during this project. What I see in this picture is that, you know, I am being the photographer of the picture where I am depicted, and I'm trying to kill myself or attacking myself. So it was like a realization of, you know, the wars I was living through. The title of the project, Not My War, is inspired by two different things, and this is the first one. My War is a book by István Szegedi Szűcs, an emigrated Hungarian painter, and he published this book in 1931 in London, and he dedicated it to his mother. And it was about, or this book is about like Hungarian countryside, beautiful landscape, beautiful wife, getting married, and then getting like understanding the news about the happenings of the world, getting deployed by the army and deported to the front and fighting and seeing death and fighting against the enemy and getting wounded and then returning to home just in order to find out that his wife was raped and killed by the enemy, and the village was burned down, and then the story continues. Like, I really like the title. I think it refers my war or my battle. It refers to different other books as well, which I don't mention at the moment. However, the other thing what I wanted to show you as an inspiration, that a couple of years ago I was invited to Italy to work on a project called Nature in Castelfranco Veneto, which is like 1 hour from Venezia. And I just, you know, took the train, I traveled to Castelfranco, and I was like writing my diary and looking for projects or project ideas in order to like fulfill the need of the organizer. I also gave a workshop at this Villa Bolasco, which is like the main building of this little town, and it was like a wonderful location, very beautifully renovated, but I didn't really know what to do with this like nice environment. And I also went to the municipality, and they gave me a bike, so I biked on the countryside, and I didn't really know again like what to do. Beautiful countryside, but you know, what is going on? What can I do with this, all these like things? And I was trying to do, you know, a photo series, like as a serious photographer, and every evening I was talking to my children during dinner. And then I continued to write my thinking, and in the diary, in one day, I realized that there was like one important moment in my relationship to the mother of my children, which basically led to separation and later divorce. It happened in the kitchen, at the kitchen table. And the kitchen table of Villa Bolasco is the only item which remained there. Everything else was looted by the locals, and it's a marble kitchen table from like centuries ago. And what I realized, I returned several times to this kitchen table, and I realized that there are very small marks, not visible to the naked eye. Only with a macro lens I could discover the little surfaces, the little cuts and marks and scratches. You can imagine, you can probably also hear the noise of cutting the persil or the garlic, and people, you know, chatting around, and I was like really happy about these little marks, which gave me the idea that, you know, there is a long story visible on the surface of something like the wrinkles of my late mother, and then what to do next, you know. And I realized that it's like so many conflicts around me, around us, like where do I position myself in these situations? There are so many struggles and questions, and you know, we can name a few endlessly, like, you know, there is the global warming, there is the LGBTQ, or there is Gaza and Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, and things like that. There are so many difficult and unfortunate things happening. And at this moment, I think I have to confess something. You are my test audience. This is something I have never confessed publicly. So if the building remains stable after that, you know, probably I will work on this project. You are the first one giving me a feedback about the idea. So my confession is that I'm a middle-class middle-aged, white, heterosexual male. What can I do with that? What is this position? How can I understand and how can I use this? I think at this moment, at this point of this project, not my war, I have more questions than answers. I started a couple of years ago, but I still wandering around. About the questions which I think are extremely important for all of us. I wonder if photography is enough to work with something like that, or what is next? Should I remain, silent and do nothing in order to give space to others, or am I fully aware of the position and of my responsibility? How can I do better? What can I give? What kind of example can I give to the future generations? What can I teach or learn from you and them and all the others? What is next? I have many questions, and I don't have the answers yet. But what I know is that some of these words are not mine, and can I allow myself not to get involved in all of them? Because I think it's impossible. This is the situation where I am at the moment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Peter. This was a really deep immersion in your artistic practice. Any questions from the audience? Okay, so I have questions. In your description, you mentioned about the difference between the protest and the presence. And I'm just so curious that what is the difference between protest and the presence? So every presence is a protest, but not every protest is a conscious presence?
Okay.
Because you mentioned that you are on the side of the conscious presence, and you juxtapose this conscious presence with the protest, and this is what I didn't understand, but maybe you give me an answer.
To be honest, there are a few or some or a lot of contradictions at the moment in my approach on that. Conscious presence, yes, I think it's something important. Being present physically is not enough, probably. That's what I can add to that at this moment. So to really to feel the situation and to be there, I think this is something what can be developed. Maybe I don't really answer to your question, however I try to.
Thanks. My next question is, what do you think that is there any validity of private photo diary if it doesn't harp on some kind of universal problems?
Well, what I realized that the more personal the attention is, or this is my case, this is what I experienced, and this is also what I'm trying to teach to my students, that to allow ourselves to be very personal and to work on a very personal situation, a very personal problem or question. And then later on there is a big chance that this personal situation applies to many other people, and I just find out that it is a global problem, it's a global question, which I thought it was very, only mine, like, who am I? And then I realized that a lot of people are struggling with the same question and looking for answers, for example. It was just an easy example, but, especially with the Hero Mother project, what I realized that I thought it was, just me and my family, my children, how do I bring them up? Like, what is my own personal responsibility in the family? And then it turned out that there is a global, like a bigger interest in the same topic, in the same question. Yes.
Any questions?
Maybe it's a comment. But once I told a friend of mine that there are so many things, so many cases that we have to go and protest for. And we have so many responsibilities for the different cases. What to do to not to be so exhausted about this. And she told me that choose one topic and stand for it. What do you think of this? Because you also mentioned a lot of things that we are responsible for, climate change and wars and politics and what others tell us about. So what do you think if we just choose one topic? Is that a good answer for us not to struggle with responsibility?
Yeah, I think it's very difficult because, otherwise it is very easy to put myself in the situation of being ignorant to your problem of the pay gap, at the university. So I can say that it's not my problem. Like, I care about climate change. I don't care about the pay gap between men and women. Like, I don't think it's fair. It's not nice. This is not the way I want to see myself answering to the situation. However, being emotionally and physically involved in all of them, again, it's not possible. So there is again a contradiction, and also the limitations of photography or art are also a very important question in this. Or the artist, like, how can I do? What can I do with this medium, with these opportunities I learned and I have about creating something and telling a story? Can I tell the story of a starving polar bear on the melting ice cap? It's like, is it my responsibility in that way or not? And I feel yes. However, I cannot go in 20 fronts in the same time. So it's like, I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Peter,
you very
for your
much.
presentation. And thank you for the audience. And actually, we finished our first day. And thank you so much for all the speakers, the mind-provoking and stunning lectures. And before we go for a lunch, I ask all the speakers to come here because we would like to have a group portrait image. And tomorrow we will continue the symposium, and we will start at 10 o'clock in the morning. So please come and join us for the second day as well. Thank you so much.